Tonight, let us come closer to one of the quietest forms of suffering, not the sorrow that breaks loudly across a life, not the grief that everyone can see, but the inward restlessness that keeps the body tired and the mind awake. The kind that visits after dark, when the room is still, the lamp is low, and yet the thoughts continue walking. Perhaps you know this feeling. The day has ended, but the mind has not. One thought opens into another, a memory leans into a fear turns into a question multiplies into 10 imagined tomorrows, and somewhere beneath it all, the heart only wants a little quiet. In Buddhist teachings, the restless mind is not treated as an enemy. It is understood as a mind caught in movement, a mind trying to secure itself through thinking, a mind reaching ahead, circling backward, rehearsing, replaying, protecting, predicting, and yet for all its effort, it cannot think itself into peace. A lake becomes clear not when it is forced to be still, but when the wind softens. Snow settles, not because the sky is commanded, but because the storm grows tired. And the mind, too, often becomes quiet in this gentler way, not through violence against thought, not through shame, not through demand, but through understanding, through patience, through the soft discovery that not every thought deserves a seat at the fire. Tonight's stories are for the nights when the mind feels too full, for the nights when sleep waits nearby but cannot quite enter, for the nights when you feel as though your own thinking has become a hallway with no end. You will meet a man who believed his thoughts were guarding him, though they were really keeping watch over fears that no longer needed guarding. A widow who filled silence with movement because she could not bear what quiet might reveal. A young monk who wanted peace to arrive all at once, only to learn that the breath itself can be a slow teacher, a traveler burdened not by luggage, but by the crowd inside his own mind, and a woman who mistook worry for love until she discovered that anxious devotion is still a form of clinging. These stories are not here to argue with your thoughts. They are here to dim the room around them, to let them grow a little less sharp, to help the mind feel, perhaps, that it does not need to keep every candle burning. So there is nothing to achieve now, no need to hold tightly to every word. If the stories blur a little, let them blur. If your breathing slows, let it slow. If some part of your inner noise begins to settle, like dust in evening light, simply allow that kindness. And now, let us begin with the first story. A story about a man who lay awake for many years, listening not to the night outside his window, but to the footsteps of his own mind moving back and forth in the dark. And if your own mind has felt like this lately, there is no need to be ashamed of it. Many kind people overthink. Many loving people become restless. Many responsible people lie awake, not because they are weak, but because the mind has mistaken tension for care. Yet even a mind shaped by long habit can learn a new rhythm. Just as evening light slowly leaves the walls, just as birds settle one by one in dark branches, just as a room becomes quiet without being commanded, the inner life can soften through small, repeated acts of understanding. So listen as though you were sitting near a low fire while rain moves beyond the roof. Let the stories do some of the work that effort cannot do. Let them create space around your thoughts rather than another task inside them. Because sometimes peace enters best through image, tone, and gentle recognition, not as a lesson driven into the mind, but as a door left open in the right room.
Story 1. The Man Who Could Not Stop Thinking at Night. In a town where the nights were usually gentle, there lived a man who had forgotten how to sleep. His name was Iron, and by day he looked much like everyone else. He worked, spoke politely, shared meals, nodded at neighbors, repaired small things around his home, and carried himself with enough steadiness that few people guessed how weary he truly was. But each night, when the world softened and lamps went low behind the windows of the street, a different life began inside him. He would lie down while the house settled around him. The wooden walls gave their small, familiar creaks. The last ember in the stove dimmed into red. A dog barked once in the far distance, then all would grow quiet. It was always at this point, just when sleep might have entered, that his mind began to move. It moved quickly, more quickly than his body, more quickly than the breath. A sentence spoken badly that morning returned for revision. A possibility for tomorrow unfolded into 3 possible mistakes. A memory from years ago arrived uninvited and stood at the bedside as though it had every right to be there. He thought of money, of illness, of people he might disappoint, of things unsaid, of things said poorly, of duties unfinished, of futures that had not happened and perhaps never would. At first he had believed this thinking was useful. It felt responsible, careful, protective even, as though the mind, by staying awake, was keeping danger from entering. But the longer this pattern continued, the more he began to suffer from a strange contradiction. The thoughts promised safety, yet they brought no rest. They promised preparation, yet left him too tired to meet the next day clearly. They promised control, yet turned each night into a room with no door. Years passed in this way. He learned the appearance of calm, but not the substance of it.
when others spoke of sleep as if it were a simple kindness offered to everyone at dusk. He listened with the half-secret loneliness of one standing outside a warm house looking in. One summer evening, unable to bear another night inside his own circling mind, left his house and walked beyond the last row of homes to the edge of a small hill overlooking the river. The moon had not yet risen. The sky was dark but clear, and the river below reflected only a few scattered stars in broken silver pieces. Reeds moved softly near the bank. A faint breeze crossed the grass and touched his face like cool cloth. At the top of the hill sat an old groundskeeper from the nearby temple, a man named Toma, who was known for speaking little and listening well. He tended lanterns, swept fallen leaves, and mended broken gates with such care that people sometimes said he repaired silence itself. Toma glanced at Irene as he approached. "You walk like someone still arguing with the day," he said. Aaron sat down in the grass with a tired laugh. "I am arguing with tomorrow," he answered, "and sometimes with 10 years ago." Toma nodded as though this made perfect sense. For a while they looked at the river together. Its current moved steadily under the dark. At last, Irene said, "When I try to sleep, the mind becomes louder. It goes over everything. It warns me, prepares me, accuses me, revises my life. If I follow the thoughts, I lose the night. If I fight them, they multiply. I do not know what remains." The old groundskeeper pulled a blade of grass from the earth and rolled it gently between thumb and finger. "Have you ever stood by a river and tried to smooth the water with your hands?" Irene looked at him. "No." Toma smiled faintly. "No one does, because even in worry, the body remembers what the mind forgets. Water is not calmed by being grabbed." Below them, the river moved around half-hidden stones, carrying moonless reflections toward some unseen bend. Toma continued, "The busy mind often believes it is serving life. Sometimes it is. We need thought, we need memory, we need attention. But there comes a point when thinking is no longer seeing clearly. It becomes pacing, like a guard who keeps walking long after the danger has passed, simply because he no longer knows how to sit down." Something in Irene softened at this image. Guard who cannot stop walking. Yes, he thought. That is what it feels like. Not wisdom, not clarity, only a vigilance that has forgotten its purpose. He asked quietly, "How do I make it stop?" Toma shook his head. "That is still the language of struggle. You are asking how to silence the river. Better to ask how to sit beside it without falling in." The night deepened around them. A few fireflies appeared among the reeds below, pulsing on and off, like thoughts that had not yet decided whether to remain. Toma invited Irene to return with him to the temple garden. There, in a courtyard, half lit by paper lanterns, a shallow stone basin sat beneath a fig tree. Water from a thin bamboo pipe fell into it drop by drop, making a sound so small that it seemed at first like part of the silence. "Sit here," said Toma. Irene obeyed. "Do nothing special," the old man continued. "Only notice what the mind is doing, the way you might notice insects around a lamp. Do not chase them. Do not name each one. Just see that they come and go." At first, the practice felt impossible. Thoughts did not slow simply because he was watching. If anything, he became more aware of their endless variety. Memory, planning, fear, self-criticism, rehearsal, regret, tiny absurd fragments of song, half-finished conversations, sudden bodily concerns. The mind seemed less like a single voice than a crowded market at closing time. But Toma's own stillness steadied the space. The old man sat beside the basin, hands resting easily on his knees, listening to the water drop without expectation. And slowly, because there was no battle being asked of him, Irene began to notice something new. Thoughts rose, but they also passed. Some stayed longer than others, some returned wearing different faces, yet none of them, unless believed immediately, could fully hold him. "Now," Toma said after a while, "notice the gap after a thought leaves and before the next one arrives." Irene frowned. At first he could not find such a gap at all. The mind seemed solid with motion. But after many breaths, there it was. Not large, not dramatic, only a tiny clearing, a space no wider than a leaf falling through still air, then another and another. He had spent years assuming the mind was either noisy or silent, trapped or free. He had never noticed that quiet sometimes appears in fragments first, not as conquest, as permission. They sat until the moon rose over the temple wall. Its light entered the basin and trembled there. When at last Irene stood to leave, he felt no miracle had occurred. The mind was not empty. The worries had not been erased. Yet something had shifted in how he met them. For the first time in many years, he no longer believed that every thought was a message requiring immediate obedience. Some were only weather, some were habit, some were echoes from old fears walking familiar paths. Before he left, Toma said one final thing. When the mind begins walking at night, do not follow every footstep. Light one lantern. Stay with the breath, let the rest of the house remain dark. Irene carried those words home. That night, when he lay down and the familiar procession began, he did not command it to stop. He listened for the breath first. In, out. In, out. Thoughts still came. One about tomorrow's work, one about a debt from years before, one about illness, one about embarrassment. But instead of serving each one tea in a chair, he let them pass through the outer rooms. Again and again, he returned to one lantern, the breath moving in the dark. Sleep did not come instantly, but neither did the old panic. There were moments when the mind surged forward and moments when it thinned, moments when thought carried him away, and moments when he remembered the river, the basin, the guard who had forgotten how to sit. Over time, the nights changed. Not all at once, that is rarely how true change happens. But gradually the mind lost some of its authority. He learned to recognize the first tightening before it became a storm. He learned that worry often entered wearing the mask of responsibility. He learned that rest is not earned by finishing every thought, because thought has no natural end. It will build ladders into the sky if given enough rope. Months later, while standing again on the hill above the river, Iren noticed that the current below seemed clearer than he remembered. Then he smiled at the small truth of it. The river had not changed. His way of looking had. The Buddha taught that an untrained mind can wander toward suffering as easily as wind drives dry leaves across stone. But he also taught that awareness, steady and gentle, can gather the mind without violence, not by punishing it for movement, by learning not to become everything it produces. So the first story leaves us here, on a quiet hill above the dark river, where a man once believed every thought was a warning, and slowly discovered that some thoughts are only footsteps passing through the night. And now, as the river continues on beneath the moon, we move toward another house, another night, and another mind that has confused noise with protection. And over the years, what helped Iren most was not one perfect night, but the growing humility of this practice. He stopped asking sleep to reward him for good behavior. He stopped treating wakefulness as proof of failure. Some nights remained difficult. On such nights he would rise, drink a little water, look out at the dark roofs of the town, and remember that even sleeplessness changes texture when not surrounded by panic. A long night could still hold gentleness. A restless hour could still contain one quiet breath. Little by little, the mind that once thundered through every silence learned the softer art of passing through without taking the whole house. Story 2. The Widow Who Feared Silence. After her husband died, Mara became afraid of silence. At first, no one noticed. Grief often arrives with movement. There are rituals to complete, visitors to greet, objects to sort, practical matters to settle, meals to accept from neighbors who stand awkwardly in the doorway holding kindness in both hands. During those first weeks, the house remained busy enough that silence could not fully gather. But when the visits became fewer, and the ordinary rhythm of other people's lives resumed, Mara began to understand how loud absence can be. The rooms of the house were unchanged. His sandals were still near the back step. The blue shawl he once draped over a chair, remained exactly where she had left it. At dusk, the window still caught the same amber light, and in the kitchen the kettle still gave its small, impatient whistle before boiling over, if forgotten. Nothing had altered except the one thing that mattered most. And because of that, every familiar object became a kind of echo. Mara responded the way many frightened hearts do. She filled the emptiness. If the house grew too quiet, she swept floors already clean. If dusk felt heavy, she began chopping vegetables for the next day's meal, whether she needed to or not. She hummed while washing bowls, not out of gladness, but to keep the air from settling. At night, she left the lamp burning longer than necessary, and sometimes carried small tasks from room to room, simply so she would not have to sit still long enough to feel the whole shape of her sorrow. Then worry entered and made itself useful. It gave the mind something to do. She worried about her son in a distant city. She worried about the roof before rain. She worried about the cost of grain, about her own health, about whether she had spoken sharply to the neighbor's child, about winter coming too soon, about winter coming too late, about letters not yet received, about illnesses not yet present, about storms not yet formed. Worry became a spinning wheel she could keep turning whenever grief threatened to take the room. For a time, this seemed to help. So long as the mind remained occupied, the silence could not fully enter. But eventually a subtler suffering emerged. Mara was exhausted even when the day had demanded little from her body. Her face grew drawn. She forgot simple things. She began waking before dawn with the strange sensation that someone was calling her name from the far end of a dream. One evening, after a long afternoon of rain, the power of her usual busyness failed. The lamp sputtered and went out. The sky outside had already darkened, and the house was suddenly held in a deep, wet hush, broken only by rainwater dripping from the eaves. Mara stood in the middle of the room with a candle in one hand and felt panic rise, not because anything was wrong, because nothing was happening. The silence itself felt too close. Rather than stay, she wrapped a shawl around her shoulders and walked through the rain toward the temple at the edge of the village. The path was slick with mud and fallen leaves. The air smelled of wet earth and wood smoke. When she arrived, she found only one room lit, a small side hall where an elderly nun named Selah was trimming lamp wicks before the evening chanting. Selah looked up and saw at once that Mara had not come for prayer alone. She offered her a towel, a cushion, and a cup of ginger tea without asking anything at first. The kindness of this almost broke Mara before words had begun. At last she confessed, "I am afraid to go home when it is quiet." The nun nodded gently. "This happens." Mara stared into the tea. "No," she said, "it is more foolish than that. I think all day just so I do not have to be still. I worry about everything. It feels better than silence. But when I worry, I become more tired. And when I am tired, the silence feels even heavier. I do not know how to leave this circle. Rain tapped the roof with small, even fingers. Selah folded the towel in her lap. Many people fear silence, she said, not because silence is cruel, but because silence reveals what noise has been covering. Mara lowered her eyes. She knew this was true. If she stopped moving, stopped fretting, stopped rehearsing possible disasters, then grief would be there waiting. Not monstrous, perhaps, but undeniable. Selah rose and invited her into the inner garden behind the hall. Rain still fell there, though more lightly now, slipping from bamboo leaves in bright threads. A stone path curved around a small pond where the surface quivered beneath each drop. Lantern light reached only part of the garden. The rest lay in gentle shadow. "Listen," said the nun. Mara listened. Rain, water touching pond, wind in leaves. One far bell from the main hall. And beneath it all, something she had not heard in many months. Silence not as emptiness, but as space holding the other sounds. Selah said, "When you fear silence, you give all power to the noise. But silence is not the enemy of the heart. Often it is where the heart finally tells the truth." Mara felt tears gather immediately. She looked away toward the pond, where circles widened and disappeared across the dark surface. The nun continued, "You have been filling your grief with worry because worry feels active. Grief feels helpless. Worry says, perhaps I can still prevent something. Grief says this has already happened, so the mind chooses the smaller pain it thinks it can manage." The clarity of this startled Mara. Yes, she thought. Worry gives the illusion of doing. Grief asks only to be felt. "Then what should I do?" she asked. Selah pointed toward the pond again. The rain falls, the water receives it, then the surface clears. It does not hold each drop forever. Tonight, when you go home, do not fill the house at once. Light one lamp. Sit beside it for a few breaths. Let the silence arrive in the room. If sorrow comes with it, do not send it away. But do not feed it worry either. Mara whispered, "I am not sure I can." The nun smiled kindly. "You do not need to do it well, only gently." That night, Mara returned to her house and did as she was told. She lit a single lamp and sat beside the window while rain thinned outside to mist. At first, the silence pressed against her with almost physical force. The mind rushed to escape. It offered a list of tasks for tomorrow, remembered someone she should write to, produced concerns about the price of oil, the health of her son, the soundness of the back gate, the weather, the winter, the roof. But beneath the swarm of worry, there was something quieter, a raw ache. The simple fact that she missed him, not in complicated ways, not philosophically, only with the deep, ordinary sorrow of a shared life interrupted. She put a hand over her chest. The ache remained. And because she did not immediately flee into thought, it changed. Not less sad, more honest, less tangled with fear. more like love with nowhere to land. She cried then, not with the panic she had always imagined silence would bring, only with the exhausted tenderness of one who has been carrying too much noise for too long. When the tears ended, the room was still quiet. Yet the quiet no longer felt like a threat. It felt like dark soil after rain, heavy, yes, but ready to receive something true. In the weeks that followed, Mara practiced sitting in small silences, while water boiled, while dusk gathered, while folding cloth. She let the first stirrings of worry appear, and instead of immediately obeying them, she listened beneath them. Often she found grief there, sometimes loneliness, sometimes simple fatigue, sometimes nothing at all, only old mental habit asking to be fed. The change was not dramatic. She still worried, she still missed him, she still had nights when the house seemed too quiet. But the silence itself began to lose its terror. It became a room she could enter briefly, then longer, then with something like reverence. For in that silence, she sometimes felt not emptiness, but presence of another kind, the presence of her own life, as it was asking to be lived without so much fleeing. Months later, while sitting by the same window at dusk, Mara noticed that the first stars had appeared above the dark roofline. The lamp beside her glowed softly. She could hear the village settling into night, one door closing, distant footsteps, a child laughing somewhere, a cart rolling over stone. All these small sounds were held within a silence that no longer frightened her. She breathed, and for one clear moment felt both grief and peace together, not as opposites, as companions. The Buddha taught that the untrained mind often runs from what is already present, and in doing so creates further suffering. Mara had feared silence because silence opened the door to grief. But when she stopped filling every quiet space with worry, she discovered that silence could hold sorrow without multiplying it. And now we leave her there beside the evening lamp, her house no longer defended against quiet, and move toward the monastery, where another restless heart is waiting to learn that peace does not descend all at once. Sometimes it arrives exactly as the breath does, entering softly, leaving softly, asking only to be noticed. In time, Mara even came to cherish certain quiet evenings, not because she no longer missed what had been lost, but because silence had changed its face. It was no longer the blank wall against which grief echoed. It had become a kind of wide field where memory could arrive without immediately turning into alarm. Sometimes she sat by the lamp and said nothing at all. Sometimes she heard rain and felt only rain. Sometimes she missed him so deeply that tears came again, yet even those tears no longer terrified her. The heart, when allowed to tell the truth without interruption, often suffers less than the mind expects. Story 3. The Monk Who Taught Peace.
one breath at a time. The novice had come to the monastery believing that peace would be obvious. He imagined it as a place one entered, almost the way one steps from rain into shelter. Once inside, the mind would stop struggling. The heart would become spacious. The body would obey stillness. Such were the quiet fantasies he had carried up the mountain when he first arrived in his plain gray robe, with a shaved head and more sincerity than wisdom. His name was Naren. He was earnest, disciplined, respectful, and deeply frustrated. For the first few weeks, monastery life seemed almost dreamlike. Dawn bells floated through mist. Bowls were washed in cold, clear water. Pine smoke drifted above the roofs at dusk. The chanting hall glowed at night with lines of small, steady lamps. Everything suggested inward calm. And yet, when Naren sat on his cushion to meditate, the mind did not bow to the beauty around it. It ran. It ran toward memories, toward plans, toward old embarrassments and imagined futures, toward irritation with the monk beside him who breathed too loudly, toward hunger, toward pride, toward boredom, toward the desperate wish to have a spiritual experience impressive enough to confirm that he belonged there. The more it ran, the more he tightened. He straightened his spine with unnecessary force. He clenched his jaw while pretending he was relaxed. He judged himself for every wandering thought and then judged the judgment. By the end of each session, he felt not serene, but defeated. He began to dread the very practice he had come seeking. One morning, after another restless sitting before dawn, Naren was sent to bring fresh water to the monastery's oldest monk, a teacher named Venerable Santi, who lived in a small hut just below the cedar ridge. The path was steep and damp from a night of light rain. Needles lay thick beneath the trees. Drops of water gathered at the tips of fern leaves and fell whenever the wind passed through. By the time Naren reached the hut, his mood had soured into that particular spiritual discouragement, which is really only disappointment wearing sacred clothes. Venerable Santi welcomed him with a smile that seemed to ask nothing. The old monk's room was spare. One mat, one low table, one clay lamp, one open window through which the mountains entered in layers of pale morning mist. "You have brought the water," said Santi. "Yes, Venerable." "And what else have you brought?" Naren hesitated. The teacher's eyes were bright with mild amusement. "A restless mind," the novice admitted. "Good," Santi said. "Then there is something to work with." Naren had hoped for sympathy, perhaps even instruction, grand enough to match his disappointment. Instead, the old monk gestured for him to sit by the open window.
Outside, a line of prayer cloth fluttered between two posts in the damp breeze. Somewhere below, water moved over stone. Santi placed a small feather on the table between them. It was pale gray, hardly heavier than breath. "What moves this feather?" he asked. "The wind," said Naren. The teacher nodded. "And what moves your thoughts?" Naren frowned. He had expected something subtler. "Conditions," he answered after a while, remembering his teachings. "Memory, sensation, desire, fear." "Yes," said Santi. "The mind moves when touched. That is its nature. But when the feather trembles, do you scold the wind?" Naren almost smiled. "No." "Then why," asked the teacher, "do you scold the mind each time it reveals movement?" The question was so direct that Naren felt his face warm. He had no answer that did not sound childish. "Because I wanted to be better than this," he thought. "Because I came for peace and found myself instead." Santi seemed to hear what had not been spoken. He poured warm water into 2 cups and said, "You are trying to leap into stillness, but the mind often settles the way snow gathers on a branch, flake by flake, breath by breath. If you demand silence at once, you turn practice into another form of violence." They drank in quiet. The water tasted faintly of cedar smoke from the kettle. Naren looked out the window. Mist drifted across the lower slope in long, pale ribbons. He felt suddenly how tired he was of struggling against each thought, as if it were a personal insult. Santi set down his cup. "Come," he said, "we will practice." They walked outside to a wooden platform facing the valley. Clouds rested low between the mountains. The air smelled of wet bark, moss, and distant rain. Santi motioned for Naren to sit. "Do not seek a perfect meditation," the old monk said. "Do not seek even a quiet mind. For now, only give yourself to one breath."
Naren obeyed. He inhaled. The air was cool. He exhaled. A thought arrived immediately. "This is too simple." Then another, "I am doing it wrong." Then another, remembering some embarrassment from years earlier. His shoulders began to tense. Santi spoke softly. "One breath, not the next hour, not enlightenment, not the whole path, only this breath entering, this breath leaving." Something in the instruction loosened him. He had been approaching meditation as one might approach a wall to be climbed in a single effort. Now the practice narrowed into something almost tender. One breath, then another. When thoughts ran off, he came back. Not dramatically, not angrily, as one might guide a child away from the edge of a road. Birdsong rose from the cedars. A thin wash of light spread through the mist. The valley remained half hidden, as if unwilling to reveal itself too quickly. And somewhere within this gradual morning, Naren felt the first hint of what Santi meant. Stillness was not descending from above. It was being uncovered in tiny intervals. in the brief pause at the end of an exhale, in the small softness that appeared when he stopped treating distraction as failure, in the simple rhythm of returning. They sat a long while. At one point, Naren's mind rushed into a chain of plans for the coming week. At another, it replayed a conversation from childhood. At another, it became sleepy. At another, agitated. Yet, each time Santi's voice returned like a bell heard from across water. One breath. When the sitting ended, the novice opened his eyes and saw that the mist had lifted from part of the valley. Terraces of pines and stone were visible now, while farther hills remained hidden. It was not total clarity, only partial. Yet it was beautiful enough. Santi noticed the direction of his gaze. The valley does not apologize for appearing gradually, he said. Why should the mind? Naren bowed his head. Something like relief moved through him. He had spent months believing he was failing, because peace did not come all at once. Now he began to understand that the mind is trained not by force, but by repeated returning, breath after breath, day after day, with less judgment, with more mercy. Over the weeks that followed, he practiced differently. He still became distracted, but he stopped adding so much bitterness to the fact. He learned the feel of a single conscious inhale while carrying firewood. He noticed the exhale while washing bowls. He felt the breath again when impatience rose during chanting, when loneliness touched him in the evening, when pride appeared after a good meditation and disappointment after a poor one. The breath became less a technique than a doorway. Small, always available, never grand. Months later, during winter, Naren was again sitting before dawn in the meditation hall when he realized that the mind had been restless for several minutes without his resenting it. The thoughts were there, yes, moving like wind in bare branches, but beneath them the breath continued, quiet, steady, unoffended. This too, he understood now, was part of peace, not the absence of movement, the presence of something gentler than movement. The Buddha often taught in ways that returned people to what was nearest, not because truth is small, but because the mind becomes healable when it stops seeking distance. In one breath sincerely known, a whole night of restlessness may begin to soften. So we leave the novice on the mountain platform where mist lifts from the valley little by little and carry his lesson with us. Not every mind becomes quiet through command. Some minds become quiet the way dawn arrives, almost secretly, one breath at a time. And now, with that breath still moving softly in the chest, we follow another road where a traveler has grown tired, not from his steps, but from the crowded company of his own thoughts. Years later,
When younger monks came to Naren with the same frustration he had once carried, he did not answer them with grand promises. Often he would lead them outside at dawn and ask them to watch mist lifting from the valley. Then he would say, "Only like that." Some understood at once, others needed many seasons, but he knew now that true practice is patient enough for both. The breath had taught him that what is repeated kindly can reshape a life more surely than what is forced harshly in a single hour. Story 4. The Traveler. Carrying too many thoughts. The traveler had crossed so many roads that he had begun to think in distances. How many days to the next town? How many fields before the river? How many hours of light left before shelter must be found? How many more years before the life he imagined finally arrived? His name was Davin, and unlike the travelers who carried visible burdens, sacks of grain, bundles of cloth, baskets of wares for the next market, he carried almost nothing on his shoulders: a rolled blanket, a wooden cup, a little rice wrapped in paper, a change of linen tied neatly in cloth. Yet he was exhausted in a way that puzzled even him. His body was not especially old. His pack was light. His health, by outward measure, was sound. And still he moved through the world as though followed by an invisible crowd. That crowd was made of thought, unfinished conversations from former villages, imagined explanations for things no one had asked, old arguments replayed with better answers, plans for opportunities not yet present, fears about roads not yet taken, regrets from choices already closed. He was never alone in the simple way the open road should have allowed. He traveled with 1,000 inner companions, and most of them spoke at once. At first, Davin called this intelligence. It seemed to him that only foolish people moved through life without constant thinking. Surely the careful mind was the responsible mind. Surely reviewing, anticipating, rehearsing, remembering, all these must prepare a person well. Yet gradually he noticed a strange imbalance. He was always prepared in thought and seldom present in life. He crossed valleys without seeing their colors. He shared meals without tasting them fully. He listened only halfway to the people who gave him directions because he was busy imagining where those directions might fail. The mind walked 3 roads ahead, while the body remained on the one beneath it. One evening, after a long day over dusty hills, Davin reached a roadside inn near a stand of cypress trees. The owner offered him a mat in the common room and a bowl of lentils thick with herbs. Other travelers talked quietly near the fire. Someone was mending a sandal strap. Someone else had already fallen asleep against the wall. It should have been an easy evening. Instead, as soon as Davin sat down to eat, his thoughts resumed their usual clamor. What if the weather turned tomorrow? Had he chosen the wrong route south? Did the merchant in the last town misunderstand him? Should he have stayed one more day? What if work could have been found there? What if he was always leaving too soon or arriving too late or missing the one turn that might have changed everything? He pushed the bowl away half finished. The herbs smelled warm and good, but his mouth had gone dry. Without explaining himself, he stepped outside and walked beyond the inn toward the cypress grove where dusk was already collecting in blue layers between the trunks. There, seated on a fallen stone beside the path, was a woman in travel-stained robes with a walking staff laid across her knees. She appeared older than Davin, though not by many years, and had the calm expression of someone who had learned how to arrive wherever she was. Beside her sat no baggage at all, only a flask of water and a loaf wrapped in cloth. She looked at Davin with mild curiosity. "You left your meal early," she said. He gave a tired smile. "My thoughts were louder than my hunger." The woman nodded as if hearing something common and yet important. "Then perhaps sit until one of them grows quiet." Davin sat, more from fatigue than wisdom. The cypress trees moved slightly overhead. Their scent deepened as the air cooled. Far behind them, the inn gave off a low orange light. Somewhere in the fields below, crickets had begun their evening song. After a while, he said, "Do you ever tire of thinking?" The woman answered, "Thinking itself, no. Being dragged by thought, yes." He let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. "That is exactly it," he said. "I walk all day and arrive nowhere inwardly. The mind is always revising, forecasting, comparing, correcting. Even now it is taking this conversation and turning it into 5 others." The woman laughed softly. Then she asked, "When you pass a caravan on the road, do you join every cart?" He looked at her, puzzled. "No." "Why not?" "Because they are not my destination." She leaned back against the stone. "Thoughts are much the same. Some are useful carts. Some carry food or tools you truly need. Some are empty but noisy. Some are broken and go nowhere. Yet many people climb aboard each one simply because it appears before them." The simplicity of this entered Davin at once. He had never considered that a thought might be noticed without being ridden. For him, thought had always implied involvement. If it arose, he followed. If he followed, he became lost. If he became lost, he called that necessary. The woman introduced herself as Sarah, a pilgrim who had spent many years walking between monasteries, villages, and old mountain shrines. She had seen men ruined by greed, women exhausted by fear, hermits trapped by visions of spiritual greatness, merchants made cruel by comparison. And over she had seen that the untrained mind turns every road into a maze. Sarah picked up a fallen cypress cone and rolled it along the stone with one finger. "The mind likes unfinished loops," she said. "It believes that if it circles a thing enough times, certainty will appear. But most thoughts do not end because they are solved. They end because we stop feeding them."
Davin looked up through the trees. The first stars had come. Between the branches they seemed small and impossibly still. "How do I stop feeding them?" he asked. Sarah pointed to the path before them. "Tomorrow walk with your feet." He nearly laughed. "I already do." "Not entirely," she said. "Tomorrow, while walking, do not travel ahead in the mind. Do not revisit yesterday unless the road itself asks it of you. Feel the foot lift. Feel it land. Hear the bird when it calls. Notice the wind crossing the skin. When thought pulls you away, begin again with the next step. Make the journey small enough to be inhabited." The instructions seemed too plain, and yet so had all true things he had needed and missed. The next morning they set out along the same road for a time before their paths would divide. Mist lay low in the meadows. Spiderwebs strung between grasses held bright drops of dew like tiny necklaces. The road curved through open land where cattle moved slowly in the distance, and the smell of earth rose fresh beneath the early sun. As they walked, Davin saw how quickly the mind leapt away. "This reminds me of another road. What if rain comes by noon? Should I have asked the innkeeper about work in the next town? What if the letter I sent was misunderstood? What if I never reach the place I think I'm meant to reach?" Each time Sarah would tap her staff lightly and say, not unkindly, "This step, this step, the gravel beneath the sole, this step, the breath entering cool, this step, a lark rising from the field, this step, sunlight catching on wet grass." At first the practice felt almost insulting in its simplicity. By midday it felt restful. By afternoon it began to feel like the first honest companionship he had kept with himself in years. The thoughts still came, of course, but instead of becoming an endless procession, they passed more like travelers seen from a roadside bench. Some were greeted, most were allowed to continue on without him. When the hour came for their paths to split, they stood beneath a poplar tree whose leaves flashed silver green in the wind. Davin bowed to Sarah and said, "I think I have spent half my life walking away from where I already was." She smiled. "Yes, the mind does that. It mistakes movement for meaning. But stillness is not the end of the road. It is the way the road finally becomes visible." After she left, Davin continued alone. Yet for the first time in a long while, alone did not mean crowded. The road was still long, his future still uncertain, the mind still capable of its old habits. But now he knew that thought need not be treated as destiny. He could return to the next step, the next breath, the next visible tree, the next sound of wind in dry grass. By evening he reached a ridge from which the whole valley opened below him in bands of green and gold. Smoke rose from a far village.
Swallows turned above the fields. Somewhere a bell rang for supper. He stood a long while, simply looking. No comparison, no revision, no imagined speech. Only the valley as it was, and himself within it. The Buddha taught that the wandering mind, left untended, creates worlds within worlds, and then suffers inside the rooms it has built. But he also taught mindful walking, mindful breathing, mindful seeing, not as small practices, but as ways of returning to the only place where peace can actually occur, not in imagined futures, not in repaired pasts. Here, so we leave the traveler on the ridge, his steps lighter because his mind is no longer trying to walk every road at once. And now we come to the final story, where worry wears an even gentler disguise, love itself. For many hearts are willing to question, anticipate, and fear on behalf of those they cherish, and call that devotion.
And from then on, whenever David noticed himself building whole futures out of one passing fear, he returned to the body's honest knowledge, the heel touching earth, the cool rim of the cup, the smell of evening grass, the sound of carts settling in a village at dusk. Such things did not solve the whole mystery of life. They did something more immediate. They returned him from imagination to inhabitation. The road became less a problem to think about and more a place to walk. In that difference, much hidden exhaustion finally began to drain away. Story 5. The Woman Who Mistook Worry for Love. Elian had loved her family so faithfully that no one questioned the sincerity of her care. She remembered birthdays before anyone else. She noticed small changes in tone that others missed. She asked whether people had eaten, whether they had slept, whether they had arrived safely, whether the cough had worsened, whether the road would be too wet by evening, whether the child seemed tired, whether the letter had been answered, whether the old uncle should really be climbing stairs alone. Her love was attentive, generous, tireless, and hidden inside that attentiveness, almost indistinguishable at first, lived worry. For many years, Elian did not see a difference between the two. If she worried, she believed it meant she cared. If she imagined dangers, she believed she was being responsible. If her mind rehearsed every possible loss before it happened, she called this readiness, even tenderness. What else was love, she thought, if not the refusal to relax while those you care for remain vulnerable to the world? The trouble was that worry does not stay politely where it begins. It spreads. It enters meals, walks, letters, sleep. It sits beside affection and slowly steals its warmth. When her son traveled, she could not enjoy the morning until his message arrived. When her daughter coughed once in winter, Elian imagined fevers, doctors, funerals, then scolded herself for the thought and worried about the scolding too.
When her husband came home late from the market, she stood at the gate rehearsing tragedy in such detail that ordinary relief left her weak. People around her called her loving. Some even praised how deeply she cared. But her body began to live as though danger were always near. Her shoulders stayed high. Her sleep became thin. Even in peaceful moments, her mind waited for the crack in the surface. Love, which should have opened the heart, had become mixed with fear until she no longer knew one from the other. One spring afternoon, after walking her young niece back from the orchard, Elian stopped by the home of an elderly woman named Mother Gina, who was known in the village for her wisdom and her garden. Gina had lost much in life: a husband, a child, seasons of hardship. Yet she moved through the world with a spacious gentleness that made others feel less hurried simply by standing near her. Her garden was behind a low stone wall. Beans climbed poles in thin green spirals. Mint spread in cool shadows near the well. A fig tree lifted broad leaves over one corner, and under it stood a bench polished smooth by years of weather and use. Gina was there that afternoon, tying up drooping stems after a morning rain. "You are carrying too much in your face," she said kindly when Elian entered. Elian laughed, embarrassed. "I am only thinking." "Yes," said Gina, "and from the look of you, thinking as if the whole village depends on your fear." The bluntness of this startled Elian into honesty. She sat on the bench beneath the fig tree and admitted more than she had planned. How she checked on everyone constantly. How each delay or silence expanded in her mind into catastrophe. How she felt guilty when she was not worrying, as if calm itself were negligence. How exhausting it was to love so anxiously and yet not know how to stop. Gina listened while tying one last stem. Then she set the twine aside and brought Elian a small bowl of figs, newly washed and split open, their centers shining red in the afternoon light. "Eat," she said. Elian took one politely. It was soft and sweet, still cool from the rinse water. For a brief moment, simply tasting it interrupted the machinery of her mind. Gina noticed. "There," she said. "Did love disappear because you were present to a fig?" Elian gave a small, puzzled smile. "No." "Did your family become less precious because for one breath you were not afraid?" "No." The old woman sat beside her. "Many people confuse worry with love because both keep turning toward the beloved. But they are not the same. Love attends, worry grasps. Love trusts enough to breathe, worry tightens until breathing itself feels disloyal." The garden was full of mild afternoon sounds, bees moving among flowers, leaves touching in the wind, a drip from the well rope. Beyond the wall, Children called to one another in the lane. Everything felt ordinary. And because it felt ordinary, the truth entered more deeply. Elian looked down at her hands. What if I stop worrying and something happens? She asked. Gina nodded. Yes, that is the question fear always uses. She pointed to the fig tree overhead. Do you think the tree loves its fruit by trembling all day? Elian almost laughed. It gives shade, Gina continued. It takes water from the earth, it opens to sun, it bears what it can, and when wind comes, it cannot bargain with the wind. Yet still it stands in its nature and offers sweetness. This is closer to love than worry is. Elian looked up through the leaves. Light filtered through them in shifting green patterns. She imagined the absurdity of a tree shaking with anticipatory fear over each fig, not yet fallen. And suddenly she saw something of her own life. How much of her energy went into rehearsing pain she could not prevent. How often anxiety had crowded out the simple tenderness of being with those she loved while they were actually here. Gina poured tea from a small flask she had brought to the bench. Its steam smelled faintly of orange peel. In the teachings, she said, attachment often disguises itself as care. We cling to people because we love them, yes. But then fear enters. We wish to keep them safe forever, to prevent all loss, to watch every road, every cough, every silence. This is understandable. It is human. But if unexamined, it becomes suffering for everyone involved. The anxious heart says, I love you so much I cannot let the world be uncertain, but the world remains uncertain anyway. Elian felt tears gather, not from sadness alone, but from recognition. She had been loving everyone through a clenched hand. No wonder she was tired. Gina continued more softly. Try this. When worry rises, ask yourself, is this love or is this fear asking for control? Then place one hand on the body and breathe before doing anything else. Not because breathing solves uncertainty, because it reminds the heart that fear is not the only form care can take. That evening, Elian returned home with the garden still fresh in her senses. Mint, fig leaves, tea, wet soil, warming under the late sun. The household moved around her in its ordinary way. Her daughter was reading by the window. Her husband was repairing a basket. Someone in the next courtyard was singing while hanging laundry. For once, Elian did not immediately begin scanning for what might go wrong. She sat and simply looked. The sight of those she loved, without the usual layer of anticipatory fear, felt almost unbearably tender. Of course, worry returned. It always does, at least at first. When her son later mentioned a trip he would soon take, the old machinery started at once. Roads, accidents, weather, delay, illness, all the familiar shadows gathering at the edge of thought. But this time she remembered the fig tree. Love attends. Worry grasps. She placed her hand over her chest and breathed. The thoughts did not vanish, but they loosened enough for her to answer with calm, practical care, rather than a flood of fear. In the months that followed, Elaine practiced again and again. She still checked on people. She still prepared what could reasonably be prepared. She still cared deeply. But she began to see how much worry had once been devotion mixed with control. And as that became clearer, her love changed. It grew quieter, warmer, less dramatic, more present. She listened better, slept more deeply, laughed more easily. Her family, though they could not explain the shift, began to relax around her. Love no longer felt like being watched for danger. It felt like being held in trust. One evening, while sitting under the same fig tree with Mother Gina, Elaine heard the wind move through the leaves overhead. It sounded almost like pages turning. The old woman asked, "And what have you learned?" Elaine smiled. "That fear can wear the voice of love." Gina nodded. "And that love does not disappear when fear softens." The old woman reached for another fig and split it open with careful fingers. "Sometimes," she said, "that is when love becomes most visible." The Buddha taught that clinging gives rise to fear, and fear to suffering. But love purified by wisdom does not need to cling so tightly. It can care, act, protect where possible, and still bow to impermanence. Such love is not cold. It is steadier. And because it is steadier, it brings more peace to those it touches. So the final story leaves us in a garden at dusk, beneath broad fig leaves, where a woman once mistook worry for devotion and slowly learned that the quiet heart can love more faithfully than the anxious one. And now all the stories gather into one gentle teaching. The mind does not find rest by thinking more perfectly, fearing more thoroughly, or holding more tightly. It begins to rest when we learn little by little how not to follow every movement into the dark. What surprised Elian most was that her family seemed to feel more loved once she worried less. Her daughter lingered longer in conversation. Her husband stopped watching her face for signs of alarm. Her son wrote more openly from his journeys because her replies carried steadiness instead of panic. She realized then that fear, however sincere, often places a subtle burden on the beloved. Peace, by contrast, gives them room to breathe. Love did not become smaller when worry softened. It became spacious enough to be received.
Story 6. The Scholar Who Tried to Think His Way to Peace. There was once a scholar who believed peace could be reached through understanding alone. His name was Emon, and he had spent most of his life among scrolls, annotations, and the layered voices of teachers long gone. He copied sutras by hand until the lines lived in his wrists. He debated meaning beneath lantern light. He made careful distinctions between craving and aversion, self and illusion, concentration and insight, emptiness and form. His mind was sharp, disciplined, and admired. But each night, when the scrolls were rolled shut and the room grew quiet, his learning did not become rest. It became motion. The teachings themselves turned into material for overthinking. Had he understood correctly? Had he mistaken concept for realization? Was his meditation shallow? Was his progress delayed? Had he overlooked some subtle point that explained why his heart was not as free as the words he could quote so easily? The more he knew, the more pathways thought seemed able to build. And so the mind, instead of bowing into stillness, wandered among ideas like a man pacing endless library halls after the lamps have been put out. One autumn, Emon traveled to visit an old teacher named Ren, who lived near a monastery garden known for its ponds and maple trees. The teacher had once been a celebrated lecturer, but in old age had mostly stopped speaking publicly. People still visited him for counsel, though many returned puzzled because he answered difficult questions with images from weather, soil, kettles, birds, or the way light rests on a wall near evening. Emon arrived in late afternoon. The garden was full of copper leaves. A breeze moved them across the stone paths in slow, dry currents. Somewhere a bamboo fountain tipped, emptied, and struck wood with a hollow knock before filling again. Ren received him kindly and served plain tea in a room that opened toward the garden. For a while they spoke of ordinary things, the journey, the cold arriving early in the hills, the repairs needed on the east gate before winter rain. At last Emon could no longer hold back the real reason for his visit. "Master," he said, "I have studied for years. I understand more than I once did. Yet the mind has not become simple. If anything, it has become more crowded. I can analyze my own suffering from 10 directions and still lie awake inside it. Why does wisdom in the head not become peace in the body?" Ren smiled as if he had been waiting for this exact confession. He rose without answering and led Emon into the garden. The pond held the pale sky in broken reflections. Maple leaves floated on the surface, some whole, some half sunk, some turning slowly in the slightest wind. Ren pointed to the water. "Tell me what the pond knows about the moon." Emon, used to layered questions, began to think. "The pond reflects it," he said carefully, "but does not contain it." Ren nodded.
And if the water is disturbed, the reflection breaks. Has the moon been harmed? No. The old teacher looked at him with patient amusement. You have spent many years studying reflections. Fell silent. The wind moved another leaf into the water. Circles widened. The image of the sky trembled, then cleared again. Ren continued. Teachings are like fingers pointing, maps drawn, lamps lit in dark corridors. They are precious, necessary even. But if the mind clings to them as objects to master, it remains busy. It goes on arranging truth instead of resting in it. Eamon felt both resistance and recognition. He had indeed made the path into something to solve. He treated understanding like stacking stones into a tower high enough to stand above uncertainty. Yet the tower always required one more stone. They walked deeper into the garden where a gardener was kneeling beside a bed of winter greens, pressing loose soil gently around the stems. Ren watched the movement for a moment and said, "Do you see him arguing with the plant?" Eamon almost smiled. "No." "Do you see him explaining growth to it?" "No." "What then is he doing?" "Caring for conditions." Ren nodded. That is closer to practice than winning arguments with the mind. They returned to the room as evening approached. Ren lit a lamp. Its glow touched the wood grain of the table and warmed the tea to amber. "Tonight," said the teacher, "you will not study." Eamon's first reaction was almost comic panic. No study, no reading before sleep, no reviewing of notes or examining the day's meditation. Such habits had become as natural to him as fastening a cloak in cold weather. Yet he bowed and agreed. Ren gave him a simple instruction. When thought begins constructing questions, come back to direct knowing. The cup warm in the hands, the breath in the chest, the sound of the fountain, the weight of the body on the mat. Leave the scrolls where they are. Let the mind go unadorned for one evening. That night, Eamon stayed in a guest room beside the garden. Wind moved dry leaves against the outer stones. The bamboo fountain sounded at intervals through the dark. And just as always, once he lay down, the mind began its work. What did Ren mean by reflections? Was direct knowing itself a subtle concept? Was he now overthinking? How much of his path had been real, how much borrowed? What if letting go of analysis led to dullness? What if he had mistaken complexity for depth all these years? Then he remembered the teacher's instruction, the cup warm in the hands, the breath in the chest, the sound of the fountain, the weight of the body. He noticed the blanket across his legs, the coolness of the room at his cheeks, the small pulse in his wrists. After setting down the teacup, the rise and fall beneath the ribs, the hollow knock of bamboo in the garden, thought still approached, But when he did not feed them with more questions, some of them dissolved surprisingly quickly. Others lingered, yet even those seemed less solid when not turned into arguments. He slept more deeply that night than he had in many months, not because every question was answered, because for a little while he had ceased worshiping the questions themselves. In the morning he found Ren feeding crumbs to sparrows near the stone path. Mist rested above the pond. The old teacher looked over his shoulder and asked, "Well?" Eamon replied honestly, "The mind still thinks." Ren laughed softly. "Yes, minds do that." Eamon lowered his gaze, then added, "But perhaps I do not need to climb into every thought as if it were a tower from which truth might finally be seen." Ren scattered the last crumbs into the grass. "Good. There's a kind of understanding that keeps the head awake. And there is a quieter understanding that lets the whole being sit down." For several days, Eamon remained at the garden monastery. He still studied in the mornings, but less feverishly. In the afternoons, he worked beside the gardener, carrying water, trimming dead stems, sweeping leaves from stone paths, only to find them returned an hour later. The work taught him something scholarship had not. Much of life is tended, not solved. A path is cleared, then leaves fall again. A mind becomes quiet, then stirs again. One does not fail because movement returns. One simply meets the conditions once more. Before leaving, Eamon asked Ren for a final teaching to take with him. The old man looked at the pond where morning light was beginning to widen across the surface. Then he said, "Use knowledge as a lamp, not as a cage. If what you know does not help you sit more gently inside your own life, then for a while, know less and feel more." Years later, people still came to Eamon for teachings. He still quoted sutras, still explained difficult passages, still honored the beauty of careful thought. But his voice had changed. It had less urgency in it, fewer edges. When students asked endless questions in search of certainty, he sometimes smiled and poured tea instead. He had learned that the mind can study peace forever without tasting it. And he had learned too that one moment of direct, unadorned presence may calm a night more deeply than 100 brilliant conclusions. The Buddha taught right understanding, yes, but always as part of a path that transforms suffering, not decorates it. Thought has its place. Wisdom matters. But wisdom ripens fully only when it descends from concept into the felt simplicity of breath, body, earth, and this unrepeatable moment. So we leave the scholar beside the pond, where maple leaves turn slowly on dark water, and carry his lesson with us into the final quieting of the night. The mind does not always need another answer. Sometimes it needs permission to stop arranging the room. From then on, Eamon kept one part of each day free from conceptual labor. No commentary, no comparing teachers, no arranging principles into elegant structures. He would walk by water, sweep the veranda, warm his hands around plain tea, or simply sit where sunlight entered the room and touched the floorboards. At first, this felt almost irresponsible, as if he were abandoning important work. Later, he understood that he was protecting the roots from being overworked by the branches. A mind that never descends from abstraction eventually forgets how to rest in being alive. Story 7. The Gardener Who Learned to Let the Mind Settle. At the edge of a village where the land opened into long fields of lavender and low stone walls, there lived an old gardener named Pima. People said she moved more slowly than anyone and finished more than most. Her garden was never grand in the way wealthy estates are grand. It had no carved fountains, no imported trees, no rare ornaments. Yet everyone who entered it felt something happen to the body. Shoulders lowered, breath eased, voices softened. Even children who usually rushed through beauty with joyous disrespect tended to pause among her paths, as though the air itself had changed texture. Pema had once been known for a very different life. In her younger years, she was quick-minded and tireless, famous for solving disputes, remembering details, organizing journeys, anticipating trouble before it came. People admired this in her. They sought her help because she saw further than others and prepared more carefully. But the talent had a shadow. Her mind rarely stopped. She planned while eating, worried while listening, revised while walking, rehearsed conversations while washing clothes, and brought whole storms of tomorrow into beds that had only asked her to sleep. It was not a dramatic collapse that changed her life, only a season of exhaustion so deep that even thought became heavy. One spring, after many restless years, she visited a mountain hermit who was said to understand the mind the way farmers understand weather. She asked him for a teaching strong enough to make her thoughts stop. The old hermit laughed, not unkindly, but like a person hearing rain demand instructions from the sky. Then he handed her a packet of seeds and said, "Learn how things settle without being forced." At the time, she had been disappointed. Seeds, soil, what did that have to do with the storms inside her head? Yet she was too tired to argue well. So she carried the seeds home and planted them beside her small house. She watered them, waited, pulled weeds, loosened earth, returned the next day and the next. In that slow repetition, something in her began to change. Plants did not respond to anxiety. They did not grow faster because she worried over them. They did not bloom because she rehearsed the weather in advance. They answered light, water, soil, season, patience. Over years, the garden taught what no argument had taught. Life opens in its own time when conditions are tended with care. Now, in old age, She moved through mornings with the calm that had once seemed impossible. At dawn, she stepped outside with a woven basket on one arm and a tin watering can in the other. Mist lay low over the lavender rose. The herbs held silver dew. Bees had not yet begun their work. The whole garden, before sunrise, seemed to wait in a single breath. Pima loved this hour best, not because the mind was always empty. It was not. Thought still arose, old memory, passing concern, the body's small complaints, the day's practical tasks. But here she had learned not to harvest every seed that landed. Some thoughts, like some seeds, were only carried by wind. They touched the ground and moved on. Others needed no cultivation. A fear might appear, a memory might call, a plan might knock at the gate. She would notice, bow inwardly, and return to what her hands were doing. One evening, as twilight spread blue shadows through the rows, a young mother from the village arrived carrying a child asleep against her shoulder. Her name was Lynn. She looked worn in the particular way of those who love others intensely and have forgotten how to rest in their own company. "I was told to come here," Lynn said softly, not wanting to wake the child. "They said your garden helps noisy minds." Pima smiled and led her to a bench beneath an apricot tree. The last light of day rested on the stone path. Somewhere beyond the wall, a cowbell sounded once and was still. Lynn sat and confessed what she had not fully admitted even to herself. She could not stop thinking. If the child slept too long, she worried. If he slept too little, she worried. If her husband traveled, she worried. If the house was peaceful, she waited for peace to break. At night, her body ached with tiredness, yet the mind kept sorting, scanning, anticipating. She had tried reasoning with it, praying against it, distracting it, shaming it, ignoring it. Nothing lasted. Pima listened, then pointed to a bed of lavender, moving faintly in the evening air. "Do you know why this garden feels quiet?" she asked. Lynn looked around. Because it was beautiful, she thought. Because the light was gentle. Because the older woman beside her did not seem in a hurry to cure anything. But she only shook her head. Pima said, "It is not because nothing grows here. It is because not everything is allowed to take root." The words settled like dust in warm light. The old gardener rose and led Lynn along a narrow path between herb beds. She knelt beside one patch where tiny weeds had begun to appear between the thyme. "If I leave these," said Pima, "they spread. They take water from what is useful. They crowd the roots. But I do not scream at them. I do not hate them. I simply do not cultivate them." She pulled one weed gently from the soil and laid it in her basket. "The mind is similar," she continued. "Thoughts appear. Some deserve tending, many do not. But anxious people often water every thought equally. A fear arrives and they feed it. A possibility arrives and they feed it. A memory arrives and they build a shrine. Then they wonder why the inner garden feels overgrown. Lynn felt tears gather almost immediately. The image was too accurate. She had indeed been watering everything. Every fear, every possibility, every what if. As if attention itself were a kind of moral duty. Pema led her to a shallow basin where rainwater had collected. The surface held the first faint star of evening. When water is stirred, the old woman said, you cannot command it clear, but you can stop touching it. They stood there in silence. Crickets began in the grass. The child sleeping on Lynn's shoulder gave a small sigh and burrowed closer into her neck. What should I do? Lynn whispered. Pema answered, choose one thing real. The child's weight, the breath in your chest, the scent of lavender, the sound of insects beginning their night song. Return there when thought multiplies. Not because thoughts are evil, because roots deepen where water is given. For several weeks, Lynn returned to the garden in the evenings. Sometimes she came with the child, sometimes alone. Pema rarely gave long explanations. She gave tasks. Water these rows slowly. Tie up this vine. Deadhead the faded blossoms. Sweep the path without hurrying. Stand still until you can hear 3 different sounds. Smell the rosemary. Feel the coolness under the fig leaves. Watch what happens in the mind when the hands are occupied gently and the senses are allowed to come home. At first, Lynn found the simplicity frustrating. Surely a mind as troubled as hers required deeper instruction. Yet each evening she left a little quieter, not cured, not transformed in any dramatic way, only less tangled. She began noticing how quickly a single thought could become a whole thicket if watered by fear. She also began noticing that some thoughts withered on their own when attention returned to the body, the breath, the smell of soil after sunset. One night, after a difficult day full of family worries and unfinished chores, she arrived at the garden close to tears. Pema handed her no advice, only a lantern. Walk the path, she said, and do not think farther than the next pool of light. So Lynn walked. Lantern, step, shadow, lavender, stone, breath, moth passing the flame. The child asleep at home, the sky deepening overhead. When worry rushed forward, she came back to the next pool of light. Nothing beyond it needed to be solved yet. By the time she had walked the whole garden, the mind had not become empty, but it had become kind enough to rest beside. Years later, Lynn would remember that lantern practice whenever life grew crowded again. She would remember that peace is rarely the result of conquering thought. More often it comes from choosing, again and again, what deserves water. As for Pema, she continued tending the garden until her body no longer allowed long mornings in the soil. Even then, she would sit on the bench beneath the apricot tree and watch wind move through lavender in pale waves. Visitors still came with restless minds, and she still offered them no dramatic cure, only seeds, paths, basins, herbs, and the old wisdom of attention. The Buddha taught right effort, not harsh effort, but wise effort. The effort to abandon what leads to suffering and cultivate what leads to peace. In the old gardener's life, this teaching became visible. She learned not to believe every arising thought, not to feed every fear, not to confuse mental activity with care. She learned that stillness is grown through conditions, just as gardens are. And so we arrive at the edge of the final quiet. Lavender in evening air, a lantern moving slowly along a stone path, a basin reflecting one first star. The mind no longer forced into silence, only gently invited not to grow everything that appears within it. Those who visited Pima's garden often assumed its peace came from age or solitude or some mysterious gift. But Pima herself would have said it came from 1,000 small refusals. A refusal to water every fear, a refusal to believe that urgency is always wisdom, a refusal to fill each silence with planning, a refusal to hate the mind for producing weeds. She knew that harshness is only another form of overhandling. The truest care was simpler: see clearly, choose gently, return often. Even moonlight, after all, does not force a garden into stillness. It only reveals what has already stopped struggling. Story 8. The Boatman Who Kept Rowing After Dark. Near the western edge of the same valley, where low reeds grew beside a broad, slow river, there lived a boatman who had once believed that vigilance was the only thing keeping life from breaking apart. His name was Soren. He ferried people across the river from dawn until the light failed. Merchants with baskets, children clutching bread, old women with market herbs, laborers heading home with mud on their hems, pilgrims carrying small offerings wrapped in cloth. The work itself was simple. Untie the boat, push away from shore, guide the pole, watch the current, land, gently repeat. And yet within that repetition, Soren's mind never rested. As he crossed the river, he inspected every possible mistake before it happened. What if the rope frayed? What if the river rose suddenly? What if he forgot a parcel? What if someone slipped? What if tomorrow brought fewer travelers? What if his own body weakened and he could no longer work? He told himself this vigilance was necessary. A careless boatman is dangerous after all. But over the years, prudence hardened into habit, and habit into a kind of inner clenching that no longer served the river or the people it carried. By night, he was as tense as a rope left too long in rain. Even after tying the boat and checking the knots twice, then 3 times, the mind continued ferrying problems across the dark. His wife would already be asleep while he still lay awake listening to the river beyond the reeds and imagining all that might go wrong before morning. One late evening at the end of harvest season, after the last passenger had crossed and the sky had become a deep blue-gray bowl above the water, Soren noticed an elderly monk sitting alone near the landing. The man had no bundle, only a walking stick and a patched robe touched silver by dusk. He seemed neither eager nor impatient. He simply sat watching the current as though it were enough. "Do you need to cross?" Soren asked. The monk shook his head. "Not tonight." Soren hesitated, then sat down a little distance away. The reeds whispered in the cooling air. Water touched the bank in small, repeating breaths. After a while, the monk asked, "Does the river continue moving once you have tied the boat?" Soren gave a puzzled look. "Of course." "And does your mind continue rowing after the day has ended?" The boatman laughed once under his breath. "Yes," he said, "far too often." The monk nodded as if he had only confirmed something already visible. "Many people do this," he said. "The body comes ashore. The mind keeps crossing." The image entered Soren so clearly that he almost closed his eyes. Yes, exactly that. Even when nothing further could be done, some part of him kept ferrying imagined dangers back and forth across the inner river. He asked, "How do I stop?" The monk picked up a small reed fallen beside his foot and let it drift into the water. "Does the river stop?" he asked. "No." "Then why ask your mind to become a stone? Better to learn the difference between current and rowing." Soren watched the reed move away, turning slowly in the fading light. The monk went on. "Thought will move. That is current. But when the mind begins pushing, steering, correcting, rehearsing, gripping, that is rowing. Often people are exhausted not because thoughts exist, but because they keep rowing long after the crossing is done. Darkness gathered a little more around the landing. Somewhere across the river, a lantern appeared at a window and held steady. The monk invited Soren into a small experiment. "Sit," he said, "and listen to the river without adding a second river made of thought." At first, Soren found this nearly impossible. The moment he listened, the mind translated everything. The water seems high. Must check the upstream post in the morning. Need new rope before winter. Did I secure the stern knot? What if the rains come early? What if trade slows? What if the child's cough returns? The monk's voice came through the dusk. "Current," he said softly. Soren understood, thought moving on its own. Then, after another wave of planning and fear, "Rowing," said the monk. This too Soren understood. the extra effort, the mental pushing, the exhausting belief that if he kept leaning into thought, he might outmaneuver uncertainty. So the boatman sat and began, very imperfectly, to notice the difference. Current, rowing, current, rowing. The river outside him moved. The river inside him moved. But not every movement required labor. That distinction alone felt strangely merciful. They remained there until stars appeared in the gaps between reeds. By then, Soren had not achieved a silent mind. He had achieved something smaller and more useful. He could feel the moment unnecessary effort began. He could sense the shoulders tighten, the chest lean inward, the thought hook into another thought and demand propulsion. And because he could sense it, there were moments, brief but real, when he did not continue the motion. Before leaving, the monk stood and tapped the moored boat lightly with his stick. "Good boat," he said. But even a good boat must be tied to shore at night. For many weeks afterward, Soren practiced this by the river after each day's work. He would tie the knots once, check them once, then sit for a few breaths while dusk gathered. When thoughts arose, he asked quietly, "Current or rowing?" If something practical needed doing, he did it. If not, he tried to let the current move without climbing in to push. The practice altered him slowly. His wife noticed first that he stopped rechecking doors late into the night. Then she noticed he listened more fully at supper. Travelers noticed his crossings felt calmer, though he remained just as careful. Even Soren himself began to feel that the river was no longer his examiner. It was simply the river. One winter evening, long after the monk had gone on to another road, Soren sat by the landing watching moonlight gather in a pale band across the dark water. The mind stirred, as minds do, yet now it did not always command him. He heard the reeds. He felt the boards cooling beneath him. He noticed his own breath making small clouds in the cold. The day had ended, and for once inwardly, he let it end. The Buddha taught wise effort, not endless effort. A string pulled too tight will not make better music. A mind pushed without pause will not become peaceful through strain. Sometimes what is needed is not more rowing, but the humility to feel that the crossing has already finished. So we leave the boatman beside the moonlit river where current continues without panic, and the oar rests at last against the side of the boat. And with that final image, the whole night seems ready to exhale. And now the night is deeper than when we began. The stories have lengthened like shadows at dusk, and the mind, if it has followed them softly, may already be walking more slowly inside itself. The lamps in these stories have grown small. The hill above the river is silver, with moonlight. Rain has left the temple garden. The monastery breathes quietly in the mountain cold. The long road has dimmed beyond the fields. The fig tree holds its leaves against a patient sky. If you have listened this far, perhaps some part of your own mind has already begun to soften. Not because every worry has been answered, not because every thought has been resolved, but because something in you has remembered that peace does not come from finishing the endless work of fear. It comes from stepping out of its circle, even briefly. Tonight we have walked through 5 lives touched by restlessness. A man who could not stop thinking at night and learned that not every thought must be followed, a widow who feared silence and discovered that quiet can hold sorrow without multiplying it, a novice who wanted stillness all at once and found that one breath is enough to begin, a traveler crowded by his own mind who learned how to return to the next step, and a woman who mistook worry for love until wisdom showed her that fear and devotion are not the same. Each story has turned around the same gentle truth. The busy mind believes that more thinking will finally bring rest. But thought has no natural end. It can build one more bridge, one more fear, one more question, one more imagined future, and then another after that. If rest depends on exhausting every thought, rest never comes. The Buddha taught that suffering deepens through craving, aversion, and ignorance, through wanting, resisting, and not seeing clearly. Overthinking often contains all 3. We crave certainty, we resist uncertainty, and we fail to notice that the mind itself is creating extra movement around what is already difficult enough. Yet with awareness, the pattern can soften, the thought appears. We do not have to become it. The fear appears. We do not have to build a room for it. The silence appears. We do not have to fill it immediately. Before sleep, let us rest in a very small practice. Nothing complicated. Nothing to perform. Only a quieter way of meeting the night. Feel the body where it is, the weight of it, the warmth or coolness of the room, the place where the hands are resting, the gentle rise of the chest. Take one slow breath in and let it go. Another, and let it go. Thoughts are still moving, let them move. There is no need to chase them from the mind. Picture them like lanterns floating down a river or clouds passing behind a dark hill, or fireflies appearing and disappearing in summer reeds. You do not need to catch them. You do not need to count them. You only need to remain where you are. If worry appears, place a little kindness around it. If sorrow appears, let it sit nearby without taking the whole room. If the breath feels small, trust that small is enough. A small lamp still gives light. A small clearing still lets the moon touch the ground. A single quiet breath can begin to unfasten a crowded night. Remember these teachings softly now. All conditioned things are impermanent. Thoughts arise and pass. Feelings arise and pass. Fear arises and passes. Even the restless nights are not permanent. From attachment springs fear. From fear springs more suffering. But where clinging loosens, peace can enter. And the mind, like water, becomes clearer, not when struck, but when allowed to settle. So let the breath settle. Let the jaw soften. Let the shoulders fall. Let the eyes grow heavy if they wish. Let the night hold what you do not need to hold alone. You do not have to think your way all the way to morning. You do not have to stand guard over every possibility. You do not have to rehearse pain in order to prove your love. For this one night, perhaps it is enough to be here, breathing, listening, releasing. May the busy mind grow quieter. May the restless heart feel safe enough to rest. May the body remember sleep. May your thoughts become like distant footsteps fading down a long road. And may peace come gently, the way dawn comes to the mountains. Not all at once, but softly enough that by the time you notice it, it is already here. Good night.
you.